Hey, everybody. So we're doing relationship healing. Now, a lot of times when we think of things, not just this, but in any sort of healing modality, we look at it from a intellectual point of view. I would like this to happen. I would like that to happen. And what technique can I do to do that? And sometimes that's effective and sometimes that's not. But here, as with all the classes, we kind of balance that approach of something symptom oriented, but we also balance it with like a mystical approach, you could say. And the mystical approach is about waking something up inside you. You could say you have a lot of different faces, and uh, like sometimes we're just used to bringing a couple of the different faces forward. You have your work face, you have your family face, you have, you know, you doing your hobby or doing something that you love phase, and then maybe that's about it. But there's many faces within all of us. And so sometimes we just have to wake these aspects up. So here we're looking at that from the point of view of relationships. And yes, this can help with some symptom oriented issues, but it's more about waking something up inside you to help heal relationships. And it could be that the issue is the other person, but still, how do you deal with that other person? You know, so this is not just about a partner or intimate partner. This is about family. This is about friends. This is about, the work environment. This is about meeting somebody new. It could be, new friendships, whatever it might be. So again, this isn't necessarily just about, your intimate partner. So with that right off the bat, we have just relationships in general. And here we're working the aura. And the aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that your physical body, emotional body, and mental body follows. Now, when we look at relationships, there's obviously an emotional or mental component, but there's still a physiological component to relationships. We get instinctive responses. We get little pieces of stimuli that come in and go, I have a good feeling about this person. I don't have a good feeling about this person. This person creeps me out. This person feels so good to be around, whatever version of that. Part of that is in the aura and your auric awareness, right? As you start to interact with somebody, you could say your aura has this energetic mold or blueprint. And if we've had a series of bad experiences or bad relationships or maybe some self-esteem issues where we feel like we don't deserve, good people around us. Like I've been there. Like that was my youth. Like I surrounded myself with people who were not, they were nice to me to my face, but they behaved in ways that were otherwise, you know. And as much as I tried to do something different, I couldn't. But until I started doing like deeper spiritual and mystical practices, uh, it just was the same thing over and over again. And so as you clean up the aura, it is your energetic mold or blueprint. You're changing the mold, you're changing the blueprint. And this is out of the auric programming class. That's a little snippet out of the auric programming class. And so an auric program is the byproduct of blockages in the structure, issues that have to do with the processes in the body. So the quality of essence or energy or life force that flows through everything. And then the third component would be how we cognitively and emotionally process this information, right? So physical blockages, the energy and essence that would fuel the body's processes. And then third, how we emotionally and mentally would react to these situations, those three things interact and produce a program in your energy body or your aura. So this means that if it's the energetic mold or blueprint, whatever those three things have come up with is in your aura. And now your aura goes, let's physicalize this. Let's physicalize really nice people who are going to be good to me. Or in my case, in my youth, let's physicalize people who are always going to knock your feet out from under you and smile to your face and tell you otherwise. It was very confusing, right? So the idea is to set this new pattern. Now, the good thing is you don't have to think about what the pattern is. It will naturally upgrade. It's not like you have to go, I have to visualize good people or I have to visualize what I want. Really, what you're doing here is you're shifting the auric program from being driven by your lower nature, which is a byproduct of your conditioning, right? And you're shifting it to your higher nature, which is associated with your essence, your divine essence, your soul energy, your Buddha nature, whatever you want to call it, right? Your upper faculties. So your upper faculties would be more of what you aspire to be, and the lower nature would be all those bad things that happen to us. They kind of congeal and make a particular pattern in our lives. So how do we unwind that? We work the auric program. So what we'll be doing is you'll be putting your awareness on different sides of the body, and you're not really working the body. You're working the aura, which is an energy that surrounds you. It's a lot like having a goldfish in a bowl of water. Like you look at the fish, but the fish is swimming in all of that water, and the quality of that water will dictate how healthy that fish is to a certain extent. The same thing applies to us. We're that goldfish, and our aura is that bowl of water that it's swimming around in. So when we put our awareness on different sides of the body, we're just trying to anchor the mind so that we can direct the energy from the plant, right? And so by going through and doing this, you're affecting each side or each quadrant of the aura or the energetic mold or blueprint, right? So with that, you have several choices. You have the relationship support for those of you who did the auric programming class, but you have Ambret, Benihi, Blue Cypress, Galbanum, and Rose. And I think we did Rose for the
kit.
kit.
Yeah, it's
For the kit for purchase, we did Rose for you.
Okay.
And for those of you who are using this size bottle, you want to undo the little flap, right? So it looks like this, and that you can see a hole at the top of the bottle. So then you can inhale, holding the bottle about an inch or two from your nose. So you'll inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth, or you can turn the bottle upside down, hold it between your thumb and middle finger, and then raise your index finger up and like tap it, and a little drop will come out, and then you can smell it on your skin. So either way, either directly from the bottle or put it on your skin. Okay, so you have your oil. And let's have you do this. Before we get rolling, reflect on a few relationships that you have in your life, be it a partner, a friendship, a person at work, a family member, a child. Notice how it is. Even if it's good, notice the quality of how it is. We're not always just trying to deal with something negative. Sometimes there's something there that's positive that we want to enhance, prolong, deepen, whatever that might be. And begin inhaling the oil, and we won't even direct it at first. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Now we're going to begin inhaling again, but your awareness is going to be on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs and hip, down the outer left leg, all the way down to the left ankle. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just let that go. Begin on the front side of your body. So your face and neck, your chest, abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs, down to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. The right side of your body. You're inhaling with your awareness on the whole right side of your face and neck, your shoulder, your ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. The backside of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back head, the back of the neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of the legs, all the way to the heels. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. Okay, we're going to do it again, but this time we're going to go a little bit faster. I wanted you to be able to see the difference between what each of the quadrants did and how it made you feel physically, emotionally, and even in your thoughts. So before we do another round, just reflect on some of the relationships in and around you. Do you perceive anything different than when we did it, like, say, 15 minutes ago? Now, the thing that's shifting is in us, like it's something inside of us. But when we have relationships, we have an interaction, not just verbally and body language, but there's an energetic exchange. And so, even if it's a good relationship or a bad relationship, we're shifting the things in us that can help us to be better and make this interaction better. So, even if somebody's being super obnoxious to you, how you handle it sometimes can diffuse it, shift it, change it, or make it worse, right? So, we're trying to shift those things in us to help us to be able to think on our feet a little bit more without having a preconceived idea of this is what I need to do, right? We want to have better uh, intuition, better instincts, whatever that might be, right? So again, you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, from the side of your face all the way down to the ankle. So you're doing the whole left side, top to bottom. Move your awareness to the front side, down the whole front side of your body, your face and neck, your chest, all the way down the front to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Down the right side of your body, side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, all the way down the side of your body to the right outer ankle. And then the backside of your body, down the whole backside, back of the head and neck, your upper back and mid back, your low back, your hips, back of the legs, down to the heels. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Keep your eyes closed. Just let it incubate for a moment. Let's do it one more time. Left side of your body, from the side of your face all the way down to the left outer ankle. Go ahead and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the whole left side. Move to the front side of your body. Your face all the way down to the tops of your feet. Your awareness is on the whole front side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The right side of your body, the whole right side of your face and neck and shoulder, all the way down your body to the right outer ankle. The back side of your body, down the whole backside, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, your hamstrings and calves, all the way down to your heels. And then just pause and be still. Let that do. Just let it incubate for a moment. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. So this piece helps with your interactions, your connections, your ability to bond, right? Bond with people. Sometimes the relationships have a struggle because there just wasn't a strong enough bond. And so reflect on some of the relationships that you were evaluating just a little bit ago and see how it feels. Okay, let's go ahead and share experiences. Ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Let's go ahead and process this. Go ahead and fire away.
Someone typed in a bunch of body tension relaxed.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I mean, sometimes we're defensive because of, past interactions or wounds or something, and sometimes we're just in stressed environments, and sometimes this sounds weird, but sometimes it's even a byproduct of our dreaming. And we'll be processing something in dream time, but when you're out in the normal world, it's not in your conscious awareness. But your guard can be up because of something that you're processing. Dreams are usually bringing in something in the psyche that the psyche needs or is missing. And so sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's not very pleasant, but also amazing. But for a little bit, instead of having the drama out in the real world, the drama is in dream time. And so there's all kinds of versions of this. But if you've had friendships or work relationships or people in your family that have not gone well, every one of those just pushes you a little bit more to, like, I got to keep my guard up. I gotta uh, um and I would say we all have tension because of that. All of us have had whatever experiences, and as much as we'd like to say they're all great, a lot of them weren't. And they weren't horrible. But the other component to this is sometimes, say it's like in the workplace or in the family, it's kind of like what my youth was. People were very nice to me to my face, but they would be super critical of me, super, like they would grind on me really hard. And then if you looked at their behaviors, the behaviors did not match the way they presented themselves in a conversation. And so behaviors were kind of borderline, kind of mean, or um, they just would knock your feet out for it. If something good started to happen in your life, they'd be, oh yeah, amazing. And then they'd say 20 things about why it wasn't going to work for you, or just start questioning your personality or your ability, and make you feel really uh self-critical, you know and so sometimes we pick up on it and sometimes we don't. But all of this will play a role into, like, stay away from me, or there's a tension, or careful, or the other shoe's going to drop, or only let yourself open so much. I mean, that's what makes a great friend is you don't have to have your guard up. you know Same with a partner, same with somebody you work really well with in the workplace. You don't have to have your guard up so much. Yeah.
And go ahead, Peggy. Then there's some shares and questions in
Mhm.
chat.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning.
Hey.
I came specifically for a particular person,
Mhm.
and apparently I must have resolved it because there was absolutely no emotion attached.
Okay.
But another friend came up instead,
Hmm.
and she's a incredible person, but needs a little smoothing out. And it was really nice. And my question is, can I do a remote or a cleanse on her like we were doing just now?
If she's not participating, it would be hard for it to really settle in. So, but by shifting things in you, it helps with the interaction, and it will eventually shift with her. So you could reflect on the person before you go through and do this process to direct it a little bit more specifically. But I would go about it that way. Yeah.
Oh, I can do that. That's
Yeah.
great. Anyway, it was a surprise.
Oh, good.
And that's what we're all about. So good morning and thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. Well, I had the opposite. I had just a lot of anxiety come up, but I
Mhm.
have, had a lot of uncertainty in my early family. All right.
Mhm.
And especially, especially with my mom. Okay. So,
Mhm.
um, would, would that kind of, well, I'm guessing it kind of stimulated things. It just kind of activated some things, and they'll probably
Well,
resolve as we go along.
you would be shifting. So it's not necessarily that it would like activate. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but it's like you're shifting. You could say it like almost in a way of, be it that it's internal or external, what you're really dealing with is like an obstacle, right? Like some
Okay.
sort of obstacle between, and if you'll notice, like most of your obstacles are with people who are like obnoxious or like, hard to be around. And part of that obstacle is then intuition starts to process it. And the way that we get smarter is by handling the obstacles, and a lot of times we don't think of this consciously, but even in relationships, part of what you're doing is you're establishing that interaction, that connection, that bond. But how it improves is usually over having dealt with some sort of obstacle, maybe with the person or just in general. Like, it could be like, okay, I deal with some obstacle out of the workplace, and then all of a sudden you notice that, like, wow, when I'm with my friends, I'm connecting much deeper, and so those obstacles, they don't feel good. Like, think of it like this. This is, I was thinking about this last week, and have you ever like watched an argument between two people that like family members or friends, and you're not involved in the argument whatsoever. Like, like I'm just going to play out this little hypothetical, and so, and then one person comes to you and they says, person X is this and that, and they did this and they did that, and like, how could they do that? And da 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 da. And you're like, you're right. Like, how could they do that? Like, why, And then you hear from person X, and the story's kind of different, and they're not as wound up about it, you could say. And, they have a whole different set of perceptions and pieces of information or facts, whatever you want to call. And you're kind of unsure because the first person was all wound up about something. And then the second person came in and said the things that they did, and they're not wound up. They're a little bit more steady in what they're saying, and it kind of even makes a little bit more sense because there's not the drama around it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's your
Yes.
body. Like, that's your body, right? So we have a series of symptoms. That's the first person. They were like, and they did this and they did that, and then there's the state in the body that's like, but everything's okay, everything's this, yes, there's a conflict, like whatever it is. It's like your body goes into this argument, right? And the symptoms are the really busy thing, like, oh, I gotta make this go away. When really the deeper part is like, we'll adjust this, we'll shift, we'll walk away, we'll make it better, but we will resolve this. But the symptoms is like flipping out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes we need to listen to the symptoms. I mean, we really do. Sometimes we do, but sometimes we also need to listen to that deeper piece, the one that's like, I don't know about that. My experience was very different, right? And so when you look at this, you are dealing with some sort of obstacle. Like in anything that you try to do in the world, there's some sort of obstacle. And how we approach the obstacle and then how we resolve the obstacle. And it's not an intellectual resolving, it's an from the intuitional state. That's how we learn, that's how we grow, that's how we connect, that's how we bond, that's how we interact. Like that's the movement, right? The blockage itself is tied to like the form, you know, the who I am as a person, who that person is a person, my personality, my emotional pattern, my thought patterns, my opinions, and then their thought patterns and their opinions, and like those are the blockages. But then the movement is how do we resolve the obstacle of our differences? How do we do this? And then you come to somebody like you said, that is maybe difficult in the family. Those are the hardest because they're family, right?
Yes.
And you know, sometimes you can only resolve it so much. But like, you know, I speak of this like from a personal point of view. You know, there's a couple of people in my family that I really tried. Like when I was young, I really tried. I tried and I tried every angle. I mean, I would have conversations with other family members like, what's the best way you think that I can connect with this person? And I tried everything. And really the best thing that I ended up doing was, sorry. The best thing that I ended up doing was starting to minimize my interactions and starting to minimize my effort to even try to connect with the person. I was like, okay, you don't want to connect, neither do I. And that wasn't an intellectual choice. That was just exhaustion and just like, okay, I've tried all my intellectual things. Now the intuition is I just back off.
Yeah.
And, you know, after a few years, that person tried a little bit harder, you know, not massively,
Yes.
not enough to resolve things. Let's be very clear about that. But they were better than they had been. And, you know, that might be their threshold. That might be all that they can do. Still wasn't enough for me. Like, but when we have interactions now, we're both very polite, we're both very respectful. We have an interaction, but I know that I'm not going to have any sort of deeper relationship with this family member. And so it's almost like the overcoming of the obstacle is I had the realization like not possible, and I need to work through whatever that is to make that okay within me. Like, because they're not capable. They're just not capable.
Right.
And so obstacles can look very differently. It's not always going to be like, like how do we communicate better? Sometimes it might be they're not going to communicate well. They just aren't. You know, this person, they'll say one nice thing and then it's followed by 50 digs, you know?
Yes.
And so I just don't let them have opportunity for the digs.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's a wonderful explanation. Thank you.
Yeah. Does that help your situation?
Yeah, I think so. I think sometimes what I feel is I feel like they've already have a judgment and
Oh, yeah.
they're just not going to move off that judgment. Whatever, and
I would
and
agree with you.
it's like hitting a wall.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
And that's where you
Yeah.
well, is there any movement here? And now I'm much quicker to realize they've already,
No.
they've
Yeah.
made a decision. Yeah, there's not. Yeah. Thank you.
I the person that I'm talking about in my family, incredibly judgmental, like incredibly, like basically, if you're not like this person or doing what that person thinks should, how you should live your life, they're super judgy about it, super judgy about it, and super critical. So this is my little my little passive aggressive dig when I see them. I always go, "Oh, you're looking better." You know, it throws it's a little bit of a funny thing that makes me laugh, but it throws them off their feet and they don't come at me as hard.
Oh, that's good. That's a good
Yeah.
way to put
You
it.
know what I mean? And it's like he didn't say a dig or anything. Well, kind of you did, but it's just about like, hey, back off me. Just back off. You know, but basically you like when somebody's being very difficult, they're trying to be the one in control, like of how everything interacts. And so that dig isn't like an insult. It's about like making it clear you're not calling the shots.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is an even thing. And if you're gonna do this, I am gonna mouth off. You know, that usually puts them a little bit on the defensive.
Yeah.
You know
For
what I
sure.
mean? Because they're used to not being on the defensive. Like this person that I'm talking about, they are not used to being on the defensive,
Wow.
you know. But when they're around me, just because I've done that enough times, they're a little bit more careful. Doesn't mean they still don't take their digs, but
Yeah.
you know, they're more careful about it. So they usually take their dig and then leave the room, or you know what I mean.
Quick exit.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
you're so
much.
welcome.
I appreciate it.
So, someone shared, I feel like I'm going to float away.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And are we related to some of the same people?
I think we might be.
Same energy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like here we say that, but look at how universal that is. We just start talking about it, and it sounds like I'm talking about somebody in everybody's family or most people's family. And yeah, family is a whole nother level. You know, there's almost like an entitlement to be a little bit, or at least in my family, like an entitlement to be a little more critical or a little bit more nasty or a little bit more, you know, I can't remember if it was Ralph or Dan that said they know how to push the buttons because they installed the buttons. It was one of those two guys.
Oh, right, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Whoever said that was right on the money.
Question,
Mhm.
would this work for someone who still had wounding from being given up harshly
Yeah.
at birth?
Yeah,
She still has a sense of not being safe.
yeah.
She still feels the trauma in her nervous system.
Yeah. So with that, I would say these things would help. And there was a free class that we did about a month ago on abandonment. And abandonment is a kind of agitation that's in the body, emotional body, and in mind. And you know, as much as there's the story of what happened, because of being given up and not bonding with the biological, you know, mother and you know the parents, the there is an agitation in the body about needing to like fit in or be driven to fit in. And so children that are adopted, I mean, it doesn't always happen, but it's one of the things that you look for in somebody that's adopted to make sure that that doesn't need to be resolved. And so I would have her do that abandonment class, or at least pieces of it. But yeah.
Her sense is more about not being safe.
Yeah, that's still the agitation from all of that. Yeah. That's like a byproduct of being abandoned. Yeah. So and like with when you're dealing with the agitations, like the agitation produces the feeling, right? So it's not so much about like, oh, I need to unwind this feeling. You need to unwind the thing causing that feeling. you know. But if you feel like you don't fit in somewhere, then you don't feel safe, because part of the abandonment thing is the drive to fit in so that it's easier to survive. It's easier to thrive in the world. You know, you're in a herd, or you're in a clan, you're in something. And so there is safety and greater potential there. Um, yeah, so that's still in that same realm.
In that, still, would doing the 4 quadrants like first or something be helpful, or with the relationship?
Yeah, I mean, you
I
could.
don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they would really kind of go hand in hand. And so you could go back and forth between the two. But, you know, as much as the relationship part is good, also the abandonment part would be good as well. So it doesn't matter which, you can go back and forth between the two. Yeah. But yeah.
Those were the shares and
Okay,
questions.
so let's do this one more time. But you know, the first time we did it through, we did it like general, but let's this time do it specifically to somebody, right? So we kind of had our feel of how it felt with doing it generally, but let's pick a person that, you know, some relationship you have around you. Does not have to be bad. It could be something that's good and you're wanting to improve it or maintain it or strengthen it. Or it could be something negative where you're like, how do I deal with this person? Ugh, right? So remember, this particular component is about interaction, connection, and the ability to bond. So you're just reflecting on the person. You don't even have to think of like the story or the interaction of like why they are good or bad or neutral or distant or whatever it is. Just focus on the person. And as you focus on the person, your awareness is on the center of your chest, your heart. Okay, so let it go. You have your oil, you have one of your choices. The Ambret, the Benehi, the Blue Cypress or regular cypress, galbanum, rose, or relationship support. And you're inhaling with your awareness on the whole left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, the whole side of your ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the front side of your body, the whole front side, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then the right side of your body, the whole right side, from the side of your face all the way down to your ankle, that whole right side. And then the whole backside, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down your legs to your heels. And then just pause and let go. Just let go of it for a moment. How did that feel with your person?
Even better. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so reflect on your person, see how it feels. Let's pick another person. So pick a person. If you want to do the same one, you can do that. But I'd say let's maybe pick a different relationship around you. Doesn't matter what kind. Your partner, a family member, a friend, somebody at work, an acquaintance. Focus on them, reflect on them. Your awareness is on the center of your chest. Excuse me. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, let that person go. Now let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side. The front side of your body. Your awareness is on the whole front side, from your face all the way down your body to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body. Your awareness is on the right side of your body, from the side of your head all the way down to your ankle. And then the back side of your body, the whole back side. Your awareness is on the whole backside, from the back of your head to your heels. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. So let's do one more. Before we move on, reflect on that person you just did it with. How does it feel with that person? Your body, your emotions, your thoughts. And like a person was saying, a lot of times, like a tension leaves, like there's a weird tension. You know, somebody was asking, like we were going to have them ask in the next Q&A, but they typed in like, what about if there's a karmic issue with a particular person? And again, I mean, usually some of the people around us we have karmas with, but they might not be negative. They might be very positive, right? You're connected for some reason. And sometimes there's connections that you're working some negative past interaction out, right? And so a lot of times how that would manifest between you and the person would be this weird tension that drives you both to act a particular way. But the more that you calm down the tension and begin interacting, you learn or evolve your way out of whatever that issue was. Because it's really about learning, not a punishment, right? And so think of people who you might have a little tension with. And it might be a person that you have a good relationship with, but there's a little weird tension there, right? That tension is going to help you grow and evolve. It's going to help you to learn. That is literally what an inner obstacle or an obstacle between two people would look like, is that tension. So take a moment and just think of, who do I have tension with? And it doesn't mean they said this and I said that, or every time I see them, just as soon as you see them, there's like, ugh, like a little weird tension. You know what I mean? Okay. So we have that tension, we have that person, let it go. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your body. The front side of your body, from your face all the way down to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body. Your awareness is on the right side of your body. From the side of your head all the way down to your right outer ankle, the right side of your body. The whole back side of your body. And then pause and be still. Again, let's take some shares, questions. You can unmute yourself or type in.
So I thought this one was good. The person I chose just texted me How is that for a connection? And someone's also asking, is it okay to do this on my relationship to myself?
Yeah. Um, it could help. Yeah. I mean, I hadn't thought about it like that, but yeah. But still, that would be a reflection of other people too. Like part of how we go through and we process our interactions with other people and how we interact with other people would also be a part of ourselves. And so I would say you could still do yourself, but also think of other people because that would be a reflection. Like I go back to the past, like when I surrounded myself with people who were not nice to me, that was kind of a relationship with myself. And as much as I tried to shift in me, like I had to have it like manifest in the people around me. Yeah. So, okay. All right. So we're gonna take a break and we'll come back at 5 till and we'll work on communication. Hey, everybody, let's come on back and we're going to do letter B now, which is communication. So I wrote out kind of verbal communication, nonverbal, which is body language and things like that, active listening. And so you have a little bit of something to read there, but here we're just trying to improve communication, the ability to communicate, not just verbally, but being able to actively listen, and then body language and cues and there's also an energetic component, you know, there's an exchange of energy between you and the other person. And so with that, there is several different oils for you to choose from. um, Anise, basil, blood orange, some form of geranium, lavender, Litsea cubeba, Roman chamomile, and then Uncle Bob, relational presence, and communication support. So pull out whichever oil that you have. And just start inhaling at first.
Oh. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
and then pause. Now you're going to do a thing called the materialization breath, right? So you're going to take the bottle, you're going to hold it to your chest, right? And then just watch me for a second, and then we'll all do it together. So you're going to go down, you're going to inhale, and then up, and then there, you'll exhale. And then down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. So let's just practice all together. So down, inhale through your nose, hold your breath, move your head up, exhale. And then down, inhale, and then up, exhale. So just be still for a moment, and then we'll all do it together. Okay, so chin down, your bottle's to your chest. It's just to your chest, so it makes your head go down there. That's the only reason you do that. Okay, so you inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. You're just being still. Bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Continue to do 3 or 4 more. Just do them at your own pace. Now, let's think of situations. Again, we're going to the relationships, the people around you, be it work, family, a partner, whatever it may be. People in your periphery. It could even be people you have conflict with, because even though there's a conflict and you guys might not like each other, there's still a relationship because you're in each other's lives. And so, even an adversary or somebody who you don't get along with, there's still, an aspect of a relationship there. It's just not a nice one. Just reflect on them for a moment. And the reflection just helps you to connect and direct this process specific to them. And here we're addressing the tension that would be specific to communication between us and this individual. We're learning how to communicate better, even if it's having to draw like a boundary with the person or whatever it might be. It could be something positive. It could be that you're having to handle something negative. Let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths on your own. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Continue to do 7 or 8 more. Just be still. Reflect on that same person. You know, this could be a thing for like in the workplace, or if you're doing interviews for jobs, you know, you're dating and you're wanting to connect with a new person, you're in a new circle of friends. It doesn't have to be somebody who's in the past. It could be something that you're trying to bring in right now. Okay. So again, bottle to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths at your own pace. Okay. So you can do the same person, or let's pick a different one. Again, can be positive or negative, or it could be a potential. You know, say even there's an acquaintance where you're like, I kind of like that person. That person I think might be a friend or something like that, but you don't really know each other very well. You can focus on that a little bit, on that person, and just see if communication can improve in that area. But but it's probably not a communication issue. It's
Uh-oh.
yeah. Let me think about it, but it might be something different.
Okay.
Okay, so you're thinking of the person, and think of it like this. It doesn't always have to be a person. It could be how you communicate with an organization or a group of people, or if you're in the organization, how you communicate with the public. It could be how you communicate on social media. Like it doesn't have to be just a person with which you're focusing on communication for. It could be all kinds of things. Okay, let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And then just be still. And again, that same focus, whatever that was, person, group, whatever it was. You're reflecting on it. You're holding it in your heart. And then let it go. Bottle to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Be still. Let it incubate. Hmm. Mhm. So how about we're going to do it again, but before we do it again, let's do a little shares and questions and process it a little bit. Unmute yourself or type in. And you want to share what you were going to say? Like you just said.
Yeah, so I was like, it feels so good. I feel like lighter, but it wasn't bad before. Like I didn't
Right.
choose a rough relationship or anything, but it just feels like the road is clear, like
Right.
something that was there that I wasn't aware of
Right.
has
Right.
been moved or something.
Right.
Hey, yeah, go ahead, Channing.
Hey, Miss Jen.
Hi, Greg. For me, this part, it's about like balancing the emotions around communication. For example,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it's like in there's like positive parts and not so positive parts in a communication, and
Mhm.
you know what experience I'm talking about. That's
Mhm.
kind of grinding on my head right now.
Mhm.
There's some really positive exchanges that happen, but my mind is trying to like balance the one area that wasn't so positive, or at least I perceived
Right.
to be not
Right.
positive.
Right. Right.
It was sort of like my perception. And so that's what this practice is bringing up for me, is all the thoughts and energies around, maybe the communication wasn't that bad. Maybe you're reading it wrong. So I'm reading too much into it. And that is making me feel like there's some ironing out to do on my end. I'm not sure if that came across.
Yeah. No,
but
I think you're right on the money.
just trying to
It's like-
explain it to you is sort of like, gosh,
Yeah.
it's like, how do I explain this in a way where somebody can understand?
So this is what I would say about that. Like if you think of like communication, you know, you're dealing with different people in different situations. So say it's somebody in a family or a friend or maybe acquaintances, but you know, you're not like great friends, like you kind of maybe see things a little bit differently. Or
Uh-huh.
you say you're going and doing interviews, right? And you're having to interview with different people, and some people are going to be like looking at the tasks and what you can do and everything like that. But there there are times where people are going to be maybe a little bit more nurturing or supportive, and then there's going to be times where it's not necessarily a negative thing. And this can happen with family too, is they want to be the ones in charge. They want to be alpha. Like it's a little bit more of I say male, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the person is male. It's like it's a masculine, um, like the female component is usually more nurturing and supportive, and the masculine is more about expansion, but it's also like trying to be alpha and trying to be, whatever, being able to provide. And so like you could be hitting it off with somebody, they think like, oh, yeah, this is a positive person, but I'm not going to give up my power. So I need to be a little bit distant, a little bit like, I don't know, because if you do end up in the workplace, they want to be sure that you're making effort and that they're maintaining their status of alpha, at least the status that they have in their mind. Like it's not usually always accurate, but they're trying to maintain that. And so it might feel like there's not like, I'm communicating, but they're not responding or something. You know, sometimes when like you have an ability or you have a strong opinion or whatever. sometimes it's challenging to people. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but their reaction is based more on them defending where they're at or maintaining where they're at rather than like connecting in the situation. And so in those situations, a lot of times how we try to manage that is through like communicate, like I just need them to get it. I just need and the no matter what you say, they're not going to come off of like trying to maintain their like alpha status, be it like family. Sometimes you even have that with acquaintances, but like in a workplace or something, and so even though they might not reflect back or communicate back, there's still sometimes their silence communicates something, because not all communication is going to be verbal. Some of it's going to be body language. And, when I was consulting, almost every time I was brought in to resolve some sort of people problem, because I mean, I had no background in any of the industries that I was brought into, but sometimes it was the things that didn't get said spoke louder than the things that did get said, and I would even tell the person who was my contact, I was like, ask these 3 questions, like, or, these 2 questions or whatever. And they'd go, what are we looking for? I was like, I want to see how they respond. I don't care what they say. I want to see how they respond, or if they avoid it, or if they like, I want to see like the behavior. The facts mean nothing to me, but I want to see the behavior. And we were usually looking for, I was dealing a lot of times with mergers, and if we pose the questions, I could usually pick out who the problem was on the other side. We were mediating both sides, but like when there was a problem with one side, I was like, ask these series of questions and I'll tell you who it is, and so communication is a lot of other things. And so even if it's not verbal, still a message is being sent. You know what I mean? And so I don't know, I'm kind of rambling, but I hope that helps.
Yeah, I think in this section about communication, it's just, there's so many layers of it. Like you brought
There's
up
so many
non-
layers. There's
the
so
nonverbal communication. I didn't get
Yeah.
a sense that there was anything that was off in the nonverbal part, but it was this one particular person left right at the time when the meeting was at the end time. Like there was a start and an end time.
Mhm.
The other 2 stayed on much longer. So it's really hard to read the overall outcome, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm grinding on that one person that just left. And what's surfacing for me is the projections that I bring into the experience.
Right.
I could be really off too, but my gut tells me like, I don't know. I'm grinding on that part as opposed to
It
like
might
there's
be as
2/3
bad
of it that's really positive, and the 1/3 that I didn't feel like
Yeah.
was, rainbows and sunshines. That's where my head goes and gives it so much space and airtime.
Right. But I would say that person is probably a little bit more masculine energy, regardless if they're male or female. And, even in a workplace, there could be respect, but there's also a little bit of an adversarial thing. You know what I mean? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it can feel that way, but when guys like each other, I'm talking about dudes, like regular dudes, they bust each other's chops a little bit. That's how you can almost know guys are friends amongst each other, as they you know, they tease each other, they bust their chops a little bit, you know, and in the workplace that doesn't usually translate very well, but it still can be their behavior. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Craig.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Someone shared, I got that I don't need to try so hard to get my point across. Be aware and let it flow. Hope this makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree. Like a lot of times we think the information, like we need to get our point across. And like I remember, like, you know, this was with my family. They're not really listening to anything that I said, you know, or even if they listen, it goes through their filters and it has nothing to do with what I'm doing, you know. And so it's more about just connecting, communicating, and um, yeah. I know exactly what you mean though. Like, you know, like when I was younger or when situations are new, I was like, I got to make these points, and then I realized nobody pays any attention to the stuff I'm saying. So, you know, I still will make some points, but sometimes with that, less is more. And a lot of times when we get heard, it's not that we just made the point, is that we made the point when a door was open. Like sometimes it's about timing, and communication is also about timing. And so, you know, you might say something, they're not ready to hear it, but at some point they get to a point where they're like, ugh, and then you say it and then they hear it, you know. I would say communication also is the ability to be a little bit tactful, like, you know, knowing what to say and when to say it. And like, you know, I always go back to that silly little joke story, whatever, about the king who wanted to know about the future, you know, and he calls in a clairvoyant or prophet, and he says, tell me about the future. And the prophet says, everybody around you dies. And he's like, off with your head. Don't like that answer. Next one. Okay, tell me about the future. And clairvoyant looks, he goes, oh, everybody around you dies. He's like, I really don't like that answer. Off with his head. Third one. Tell me about my future. And clairvoyant looks, he goes, you outlive everybody. Said the same exact thing, but he was tactful in the way that he said it. You know what I mean? Like he said it in a way that it could be heard. And so that would also be tied to communication, you know, being able to say it so that it can be heard. Yeah.
Feels like the possibilities of positive future is moving towards me.
Oh, good. Yeah. I would say that, like, be it a partner or family or friends, even if things are really good, why not open it up and make it flow better? You know, make it, you know how like sometimes you have a conversation with a friend and it was like when you're done, you're like, that was an amazing conversation. Why not have more of those? Right? Why not have situations where you just really kind of connect and have those conversations that, you know, there's been people that I've had those amazing conversations with, and I was thinking, oh, this is going to be the greatest friend ever. And then it wasn't. Like that person just floated away or whatever. But still, there was the potential of having this amazing conversation. And even if the person doesn't stay a friend or whatever, it's not that it ended badly. We just, you know, just didn't end up being friends. And we're friendly, you could say, like whenever we run across each other, but why not be able to have those amazing communications? And really, you're also communicating with the environment, with the energy of the environment, and you're also even increasing the ability to communicate, increases your ability to communicate with the higher soul, with a deity, with an angel, whatever you might be working with, it opens up those potentials. Like they're a very similar mechanism, right? So it's really kind of about more expression than anything.
And go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
Namaste, how's everybody?
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. So the last point you made about a time when it can be heard
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
brings up a question I've been meaning to ask you for many, many months
Mm-hmm.
about clients who you are trying to heal, and you've often explained about how it's hard to heal someone because they are in a pattern
Sure,
of behavior and we can't
sure,
heal
sure.
them, can't get all
Right.
the way to them. So as both a teacher and a healer, are what we doing today, will it enable me to communicate better, either
Yes.
as a teacher or a healer,
Right,
to be heard when
right.
clients are hard to hear what you're saying?
Right. I would say, you know, think of like I hear what you're saying. Like that is, as a therapist or a healer, that is a very big skill set.
Absolutely.
And very big skill set. And you know, it's the idea of, you know, the seeds, like how the parable about the seeds, like some's on rocky soil and some's in fertile
Right,
ground and some's blown by the wind, or you know, I don't remember the parable completely,
right.
but it's the same idea. You want to be able to plant it in fertile ground. And so there's this old Chinese story of you know, it was a teacher walking the countryside with his protege, his student, and you know, he's teaching him how to heal with herbs and things. And they see a traveler coming from a distance, and the teacher and student start having a conversation, like this person's been on the road for a while, and you know, they look like they're having a difficult time. You know, what could be used to heal this person or help this person, you know, support this person. And I think in the story they say, you know, it's pomegranate. So the student goes, I have a pomegranate, and runs over to the person and says, you have this issue, and this pomegranate will help resolve this and everything. And the traveler's like, no, no, thank you. No. And so, you know, he keeps like talking and saying all the information and saying all the details on why it would help. And the person's like, no, 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 thank you. No, thank you. And so he goes running back to his teacher and he says, I don't understand. Like, you know, I told him all the pieces of information, but nothing happened. And the teacher walked over and just started having a conversation with the person. And the person started talking about, like, you know, I've come from, you know, I'm traveling to, like, you know, somebody's funeral, and you know, like the things that are going on. And the person talked for a few minutes, you know, just saying the difficulties. And the teacher goes, boy, that sounds like a very difficult time. Like, you know, that must be very hard. And, you know, what would help this is be the use of this pomegranate, and this could help heal you and fortify you and everything. And he said basically the same thing that the student said. And the traveler took the pomegranate and said, thank you so much. I will definitely do this. And then continued on his way. And the student and the teacher start talking, and the student goes, I don't understand. I said all those same things. I tried to give him the pomegranate. I said all the information. I said everything that you said. And the teacher said he needed the pomegranate and time, you know. And sometimes you're waiting, you keep trying to do the things that you're doing, but you're waiting for that window of opportunity, that door to open where somebody goes, ah, you know, there's one situation where I was treating this person, and I would see this person every week, and it was about 6 years. And she had had a very difficult childhood. And, we just kind of stayed like doing a level of therapy. And then at about 6 years, they go, okay, I think I'm ready to go a little bit deeper. I'm ready to deal with my past. And, we helped on one level, but like you said, there's so much more that could be done, but they weren't ready for it, or they weren't ready for the shift, or they weren't ready. So you help them with where they're at. And if enough time goes by sometimes, and it might not even be with you. I mean, a lot of times I think somebody has, I've done work with, and then they end up going like the next step, and it was something that we were just preparing them for, right?
Yeah.
Like, it might be, some other form of therapy, or
Yeah.
or they do some own little journey themselves or something. And so, part of the communication is like gently prompting the person to heal and to kind of educate them on potentials. And at some point they either take it and run with it, or they don't. But sometimes it needs a lot of incubation time. And one of the best things I think over a period of time is like prompting them enough to where you're helping them to heal, but not chasing them away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is a skill set. That is an art, and it doesn't always work out.
But
But
also it seems to be almost impossible to get them out of their pattern to even hear you.
yeah,
You
well,
know,
how we were just talking about, like sometimes how, like in the last session where we were just doing relationships in general, and then this one is like there, like a lot of times there's an internal obstacle that we're having to, or an obstacle in the situation, and that obstacle, that difficulty is really what's going to help propel them. And sometimes it's
right.
like you said, like they're not going to listen, or they're not going to hear it until the conflict happens, or the conflict appears, or the conflict's in their face.
Yeah.
And then is your magic moment time. That's when you can go, okay, this is what we were talking about, or this is how we do it. And in some cases, through a series of reflections and things, you can actually even
I
like
lost your voice. I can't
therapeutically.
hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hmm. Yeah. Oh well. Are you still there, Zakia?
I hear you now.
Okay. So let's see, where is that? Sometimes through a series of questions and prompts, you can actually even like therapeutically bring something to the surface so it can be resolved. But that is
Oh,
also a skill set in itself. But like that's usually when the situation is stable, they have like a relationship with you, they trust you. And a lot of times I talk it out with them, like, okay, we have this thing in the past. Let's start thinking about it. Let's start talking about it. Let's, like what are the behaviors around it? What are the things that bother you about? And as you do that, it kind of brings it up. And then it's like something that can be resolved. Like you are basically kind of guiding them through how to overcome the obstacle. Like you almost grab them by the hand and go, okay, here's the obstacle. Let's start dealing with the obstacle. And you start kind of walking them through it. And so, but even that usually takes a foundation of some time and like trust on the part of the person. And so, yeah.
so really it's really not even about us. It's about
Mm.
them find themselves.
You're hoping to wake something up in them,
Yeah.
and sometimes I would say as a healer, like it's like their difficulty is you find it in yourself and then you go, oh, and you kind of address the obstacle or the shift in you, and that helps you help them.
Oh,
Sometimes they're receptive, sometimes they're not,
right.
but like when somebody comes in and goes, like, I'm having a problem with da 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 da, and I'll sit and I'll think about it. I was like, yeah, I've had that before. Like, and and I was like, so how do I resolve that? How do I,
Right.
in myself? And then it's almost like you can help guide the person like through the situation.
So this communication piece we're doing now, will it help me do that better
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
my
Yeah.
end?
Yeah. Because all of that is communication. Like all of that
Right,
is communication.
right, right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. Kid, and let me know how that goes, Zakia.
Yeah, okay. I will.
Good.
And it's funny too, because the last class we had about abandonment, I was so shocked and astounded with myself that I couldn't even share. But the way you were explaining how abandonment, even now communication, can 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 be what we are experiencing in life, because my first response to what you were teaching was that, oh, I've never been abandoned. I'm not adopted.
Right.
No one with 3 kids.
Right.
By the time you finish explaining it and talking about how one example you gave was on your job, if you want to present something and it's not accepted, you
Yeah.
feel abandoned, right?
Right.
So
Right.
listening to that whole class, I spent my whole life abandoning myself
Right. Right.
because I never, walked to somebody else's beat. I never did what the group did. And I wasn't isolated or a nerd or anything. It's just like doing that shit. What's wrong with y'all? But I
Right.
was still part of the group. And
Right.
what
Right.
just astounded how I abandoned myself, but I
Mhm.
didn't feel left out. I always felt like, no, no, I got something better to do, or I can do it a
Right.
different.
Right.
But it's astounding how I don't even know how to put words to it. It's just like we create these things ourselves, and we put ourselves in the bag and try to beat our way out the bag.
Right. Right. Hey, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah.
It was amazing. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And just another share was definitely feels good. I used relational presence.
Oh, nice.
And then when you were talking to Zakia, someone made a reference. All the boyfriends I have trained for someone else.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that one. Okay, so let's do another round. And again, this could even be, like we were talking about, you communicating with the company that you work with or the employees that you deal with, or, it's not always going to be just a person. It can be how you communicate with the public, how you communicate with, um, I say social media, that's still the public. I mean, even going out and socially interacting is definitely a form of communication. So think of some area, some person, situation, and as you reflect on it, your awareness is on your heart. Okay, you're letting it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And then when you're done, just pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Again, reflect on that same situation, that same person. And then let it go. Bottle to your chest, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. What did you notice? Let's go ahead, and if you have another question or another share, let's do that. What did you notice?
I mean, I feel way more centered.
Yeah.
And I did it for like a teacher,
Hmm.
and it was inspired by actually one of the students' questions. They go, how do you communicate with yourself?
Oh, yeah. Communication with yourself. I mean, let's maybe try doing a round of that. Like, I like that. Think of yourself, just visualize yourself. In a way, all these other things we're doing is still involving yourself, but when you truly want to just be able to interact, because there are different parts of you, you know, we think of ourselves as just as one being, but within us, there's all these little mini, mini me's, mini selves, you know, that make up the big picture. And so, you know, there's the work self, there's the partner self, there's the family self, there's the self that's there in Las Vegas for the weekend. Like, I don't know, you know, just all these different selves. And so just think of yourself. We'll do this in two parts. Think of yourself. Because there's a communication between the higher nature and the lower nature. You know, I think for most practitioners, we're usually at odds with the lower self. And when the higher self and lower self start communicating, things get a little easier. Things, think of things that you like that you do and things that you like about yourself. And then think of things that you do that you don't like that you have to do. Like, it could be work, it could be whatever, or things that you don't like about yourself, where you're like, ugh, I do this all the time. Right. And let these two sides communicate and have an interaction. So again, bottle to your chest, chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Okay. So let's do this version. Think about something that you'd like to do, something you'd like to bring in your life, some project, some goal, some part of yourself that's an outward expression. You know, something you want to do but haven't done. Think of that situation and let's open up the communication pathway to like begin an outward expression of whatever that is. So I would like to be fill in the blank. I would like to do fill in the blank. Even if it's like I would like more friends. I would like to be promoted in my job. I'd like to be whatever it is. Think about what it is and just hold that in your awareness with your attention on your heart. Let it go. Bottle to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And then when you're done, just be still. Just let it incubate. Reflect on that same situation, that thing that you would like to do or bring into your life. Let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. All right. You want to share? So Samantha's going to have a share before we open up to you guys.
I was just said, I just want to live in that space.
Right.
Like, I mean, I felt like connected to myself in a way that real wow.
Yeah. Think of it as like there's different parts of you that you're say somebody's really good at their work, right? They're really good at their work and they're amazing, but then they get into other areas of their life and not so good. In fact, maybe even not like just average. They might even be below average. So there's one part that really excels because there's like an inner communication with that part. The other part like lacks like attention or awareness there. And it's not that you're not capable of it. You just haven't fanned those particular flames, so to speak. You know, so you're kind of waking up different pieces of yourself when you have these external things that you do. And, you know, as much as we'd like to be able to just go internally and go, this is it, it's usually the obstacle that brings that forth, right? It's The obstacle is not a stumbling block. It's just an area where we need to learn and refine ourselves. And so intuition comes in, and it's not a bunch of facts. It's like, okay, how do I resolve this? How do I fix this? How do I move past this? How do I not let this be a thing? Like, how do I move forward with this? And with that, if you can harness that ability, I mean, that is literally, like in the Hindu tradition, like being a Ganesha, like the overcomer of obstacles. Because even the obstacles are not just our internal things, but it's people being adversarial with you, people being hostile towards you, people being aggressive towards you, people being fill in the blank, where it's not going to be something that's just readily like, come on in and like embrace. You're like, no, I gotta put this forward and I have to fight for it a little bit. So it could be a relationship, it could be in the family, and to do it in a refined way where it's not just every situation is you acting like Braveheart. You know what I mean? Where you're just running into the situation ready for a fight. Sometimes it's a refinement that you're a bit more tactful about it. You're looking to communicate something, and if you want to get heard, it's kind of like how Zaki and I were talking about it. It's like it's timing and it's nuance, and it's saying it in a way that the other person can hear it. You know, going back to the story, the king didn't want to hear that everybody around him dies. He wanted to hear that he outlived everybody. Same piece of information said in two different ways. But the second time he was like, oh, I outlive everybody. That's amazing. First way is you're telling him you're going to be surrounded by loss. Right? And the second one is you are blessed with longevity. You're saying the same thing, but they hear it. They're able to hear it the second way, and that also is communication. Yeah.
I just wanted to share just two more quick things
Sure,
about
sure.
it. I could I sunk into my heart
Mhm.
like nobody's business. And my sense of smell, I was smelling things so different
Oh,
and
interesting.
so, I want to say clearly,
Mhm.
but like the smells that were coming in were not smells I just smell. It was very, very interesting.
Well,
And then go ahead with the other shares. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Ralph.
hey, Ralph.
Hey,
Hee
Greg.
hee. How are you?
Um, well, this is very good. This is really good. I'm getting the impression on this particular situation where we're looking at relationship to self. I could run this process on aspects of my personality that I either don't have or don't
Yeah,
like.
like you would like to develop parts of your personality. Like you're like, I have these pieces, but I'm lacking like something that you're lacking. You
Right.
totally do that. Because I would say it's most likely in you. It just hasn't been, that fire hasn't been flamed. Or that fire hasn't been flamed. That flame hasn't been fanned.
Okay. Well,
Funny, I do that while we're talking about communication.
All right. Okay, good. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so like the kind of the version of what we're talking about, because if you think about this, even kind of like archetypes, the
Mhm.
idea of working an archetype, it's a way of learning. And it's like you slip on the glove of, whatever,
Like
uh,
if I want to improve my learning abilities or my memory retention.
sure.
I could like visualize. I say visualize for lack of a better word at the moment, visualize the learning and
Right.
then use the 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 materialization breath to put light into that ability.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so like, so if we use that as an example, like even if you're looking at the idea, not that you necessarily have to work the archetype, but like go, okay, I would like to learn more. I'd like to be able to retain more. So think of the student version of me. Like, if I want to be better in my workplace, or if I want to learn this new thing or whatever, what does the student version of me, how does that behave? How does that act? How does that, whatever?
Right.
And
Okay.
so, be it that you're in the workplace where you have maybe so much experience, student Ralph doesn't need to be in the workplace, but you're picking up a new hobby, or you're wanting to learn like a new way of programming or something. You go, okay, this is from scratch. I don't know how to do this. So how does student Ralph address this? And
Mhm.
so, yeah, that would be a very good application.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
You're so welcome.
And a couple of you had your hands up just briefly before we started this practice. If you want, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand again. But there are some questions in chat. Greg, does this ever become manipulation?
It's communication. I mean, that would depend on the person. Like if they have um, not appropriate intentions, that is also can come out of communication as well, manipulation. But it usually has more to do with the intention rather than just the ability to communicate. Yeah.
So as long as your intention is pure, then you're
Yeah.
good to go. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and I would say that even because most times our intentions aren't 100% pure, but as we go through and we do the process of interacting and doing whatever with the person, that purity will come more to the surface. Like it will become better and stronger. The interaction will help to refine whatever it is, and so I would say, you're doing the act of communication here, and the intentions will get pure because, again, going back to you're resolving some sort of obstacle. Part of it is, you're learning how to express it outwardly, but also internally you're like, well, what is my motivation? Why is this? Why does this keep happening? Why, you kind of keep going, why? And then, for me, sometimes I realize that this is going to sound weird, but it's like I have some sort of belief that I'm acting on, and the belief is not. It's almost like not even my choosing. Like it's just something like, this is the way people behave. This is what we do. This is what my family taught me. This is because I've had so many bad experiences, and so you're almost letting go of believing or having that belief because you're being more spontaneous in the moment. Like the belief is a preconceived idea or way of acting, or a view, perception of something. And as you start going through and applying yourself, you realize my belief's probably not the most accurate. And so it will go deeper because of that. My experience is that like this is from years of doing therapy, because there was times where dealing with abnormal psychology, there was a group that is not the normal average people out in public, but they had been very naughty. You know what I mean? And I won't go into details, but they were just people who had very manipulative personalities. And I found that the more that we opened up communication, the more that they exposed themselves. So even in the situation when you're dealing with somebody negative, usually on some level, they know that what they're doing is negative. And so they camouflage it, they hide it a little bit, they cover it up, they change the way it looks. And the more that you open up communication, the more it's exposed for what it is. And so, you know, my lesson for myself when I was working with that population is like, if I want to be a truer expression of myself, my inner self, the more that I communicate, the more that I purify the negativities, because a lot of it is not something that we necessarily choose. It's something that happened, or something we've been conditioned, or something that we're taught to think or behave. And so I would say the more that you open up that communication, the more you express the real you. And if somebody is being like manipulative or up to something, the more that they communicate, the more you'll see. Like, I'll give you an example. And yeah. So back in the early days of Plant Prana, there was somebody who wanted to be an investor. And I wasn't looking for investors, but they wanted to be an investor. And I suspected that they had negative intentions towards me. But, you know, it was under the guise of they wanted to be an investor. And, you know, they were talking about throwing all kinds of money at me and whatever. And I was like, we'll see. But I was like, you know, this person was kind of a friend, you know, not a good friend, but we were in a circle of friends where, or people that knew each other, I should say, where I wasn't sure on their intention. I was like, you know, on the surface, it looks all great. And so we're having conversations back and forth over a long period of time. And I didn't say no. I wasn't going to do it, but I just wanted to know what the person's intentions were. And then this person started complimenting me on the ways he wanted me to behave. Like, oh, you're very good at like setting aside your opinions and taking direction from somebody who is very successful. And this person is, you know, he was a CEO of a very large company. And so I was like, that one's a gray area. Like, okay, but like it felt a little bit like a manipulation, but like, okay. And then we were having a conversation, and I said, you know, okay, this is really food for thought, and I'll really think about it. I'll do some soul searching. And so the conflict had been resolved, kind of, you could say. Like, okay, I've listened, I've heard what you've said, I repeated it back, I let it play out, right? And then the person just started talking and telling me stories. And then he started bragging about how he would interact with other CEOs. And he goes, yeah, this person comes for advice. And I tell him this and that. He kept saying this over and over, but I have them wrapped around my little finger. I can make them do whatever I want. And I was like, they're real you. Like that person told me who they were. And not only did they tell me who they were, they told me their intention and my situation. And so, you know, I just let it play out. And then I was like, no, I thought about it. I'm not really interested. But I knew that person's not my friend. Like, that person is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And so he was just looking to take advantage of me or do whatever. And so I suspected that in the beginning, communication is what exposed it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does a lot. Thanks for expanding on that, Greg.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
I'm a little slow on the unmute button. What a amazingly Zen experience. I fell asleep in the second one.
Good.
And then in this last one, I'm just curious about geranium.
Uh-huh.
So I've been shifting energy in my like occiput and my jaw minors
Mhm.
and also in the head, and it seems to be helping it. Like the rose absolute kind of agitated it a bit or maybe
Hmm.
brought it to the surface, and then the geranium is kind of, I just kind of get this energies coming out of the head.
Mhm.
So any thoughts on that?
Um, yeah, I mean, so both would be very activating to the heart, but like you could say rose would be more about like an inward and outward like expression, because
Okay.
like if you look at the rose, it puts all its effort into the scent, really with almost no reason. Like it has no agenda other than to express, like it expresses the scent, right? It's
Mhm.
not to attract something, it's not to multiply, it's not to drop a seed, you know what I mean? Like, so if you look at the plant, the idea of rose, it's like loving for the sake of being loving, right? But if
Mhm.
you look at geranium, geranium's also very activating to the heart, but geranium is very adaptive. Like when you want to really be able to adjust and adapt to various situations, to like ever changing situations, to difficulties in situations, geranium is actually a very good choice, and there's different kinds of geranium, but geranium can be a little bit heady, but like not massively. So it kind of engages a little bit of the intuitive aspects of the mind, but the heart is very activated. And so it just allows you to adjust and adapt and flow. And so,
Okay.
that's the thing with geranium is it is heavily, like if you look at the plant, it's heavily influenced by the things in the environment, like that it's growing around. And so, there's
Mm.
probably 50 different kinds of geranium, like oils. You don't see a lot of them, you have to hunt around, but there's like a handful that are like things that people know about. But part of it is it's the same plant, but depending on what you plant around geranium, it will totally adjust and adapt to the environment and become like, how rose geranium is influenced by roses. There was even a geranium for a little while that floated around that smelled like chocolate, and it had been planted around cacao. And so,
Interesting.
like, yeah, so different influences in the environment, like the plant itself is very adaptive in its nature. And so when you look at, okay, if I need to be adaptive in the workplace or in the family or in whatever it might be, like how can I tap that in myself? And geranium is
Mhm.
one of the ways. Yeah.
So just a thought that comes up when, and I was doing it on myself the entire time, and past versions of self. And
Sure.
if you think about the adaptability, that can also mean like the integration of those aspects of self.
Yeah, I would say so. Like if
Okay.
yeah, I'm trying to think out of an example, but I would say yes. There might be parts of your personality that you don't like, but they still serve you sometimes. You know what I mean? They still are necessary. And, we might try to push those parts of us away or try not to pay attention to it. But at the same time, they're still a part of you, you know?
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I was thinking more of a continuation of our conversation. I think so last week, I don't know, it all kind of blurs. Where you have that like fractured part of self and then it opens up. The trauma is kind of lifted and that piece of self is really
Oh, I see.
reintegrated.
I see. Yeah, that geranium would be helpful for that. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking that I was getting it
Yeah.
intuitively
I
for
hadn't
the
thought of
last
that.
week.
You're right. That's
Okay,
totally a thing. Yeah.
cool. Thank you. And by the way, the yarrow and blue lotus have been very helpful.
Good. Very good.
So thanks.
You're so welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. I'm actually going to put that down on my notes.
Okay.
Like when you bring in that, what she's talking about is like we were talking about, like bringing in like fractured parts of yourself that were maybe as a result of trauma, and then when they come in, they're like this piece that like you got to make friends with, kind of. And I like that idea of using geranium to adjust and adapt to this new piece that kind of came in, and it's not really new. It's just it had been somewhere in that trauma space, and then you bring it in and you're kind of integrating it, and it's like, hey, you're back. We've been away for a while. Like let's catch
Yeah.
up. What's been going on in your world.
Yeah.
I like
To me, it was that part was isolated, but it had
would
this
agree.
big layer of yuck on it, so you could never get to it.
Right.
So the layer of yuck goes away and you go, oh, yeah, we belong now. Almost
Right.
kind of
I
sense.
remember you. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you just tell the subtle difference as you were talking about geranium between the Egyptian and just the regular geranium?
So regular geranium, very active to the heart. Egyptian geranium is the same geranium, just grown in a different area. I find it to be a little bit more heady. Like when I say heady, it usually means, expansion, intuition. Both would do it, but the regular geranium is activating to the heart, and then it sometimes is even used in like respiratory blends for some of it's not massively a respiratory oil, but sometimes it's blended in there because it will adapt to some of the other oils. So it can soften something that's very harsh and it can make it a little bit softer. And so geranium that's just by itself, you could use it to like temper things that maybe, how some oils could be a little abrasive or a little obnoxious, like they're a little too medicinal smelling, or little bit of a harsh effect on the body. Like just it might be hard to inhale or too intense, and so the rose geranium a little bit more activating to the heart. And so yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Well, you were right. I didn't really totally get our first part of our conversation, but there was an obstacle because once we started doing the materialization breath, something started to move and shift. And it did, I can really see that will make a big difference if I work with that a little bit. I can tell.
Good.
Now, what I wanted to say, it was like kind of what works for you or what works against you. I can go really deep in thought, but then letting it go is so, it's sort of a double-edged sword.
Right.
So there's kind of that. And then it led to that I really would like to start letting things go. And I kind of struggle with that. So with this process, could I do sort of my future self, like where I want to go?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
And would I kind of just hold it in my heart and picture it?
Yeah.
And
just
then,
think of like where you'd like to be or where you're trying to direct yourself. And then, what expression that would be, and then do it like that. Because in a way that's what you do, what you think, what you feel now is kind of a communication to that future self. Like who you are now is a byproduct of who you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever. And so, if you want to improve it, change it, shift it, evolve it, whatever it is, put it out there and then see. But all of this is we're dealing with some sort of obstacle in the outward expression. And so those are just like little bundles of like, okay, it's like going to school for a weekend and like I gotta work through this obstacle, but then you learn something from it. And so even if there's an obstacle that is having a negative interaction between you and a person, it still can be something that at the very least helps you to learn something about yourself, but then also helps you to learn, even if it's not that person becomes an archetype with like, oh, like Uncle Bob. I know how to deal with Uncle Bob. So when I'm out in public and then Uncle Bob comes up and wants to have a little interaction with me, I've done that dance before. I know how to deal with it. I've learned how to deal with Uncle Bob. You know,
This is a very good process we're doing. Just really, I can
Good.
really see where it could make a difference, but it is working with it and being with it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
You're
for
so
offering
welcome.
this. Okay, I'll sign off.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's,
Well, you were talking about the two geraniums. What about rose geranium?
Yeah, it's a little bit more activating to the heart. Yeah, a little bit more activating to the heart. Yeah. The
Okay.
Egyptian activates the heart, but a little bit more of the intuitive mind, and both geranium and rose geranium still hit intuition, but a little bit more on the heart component. And I would say the rose geranium has a little bit more of an impact on the back heart, which is also a little bit more transmuting. But, you know, all of them would help with the adaptive process.
Okay.
Yeah.
and so the person who had kind of suggested and asked earlier, how do you communicate with yourself, also said another one is, how do you communicate with life itself?
Yeah. I would say still the expression towards your situations, because even as you interact with those, you are learning and you're getting a better idea of like seeing through life size rather than the intellect or your past experiences. And so the more that you work the things around you that you know, the more you tap into that deeper layer of life. Yeah.
And when we were going through the process, someone shared, my mind and thoughts are totally in the way. I have this overwhelming sinking feeling. They shared a little bit later that they started with the communication support and switched to the Egyptian geranium and started to feel more calm.
Oh, okay. So probably engaging a little bit more intuition, and I'd say like whenever we feel like a little bit anxious, whatever, we're in the part of the mind, the intellect, where we feel like we need to make something happen. Intuition will take the action, and so we just got to give it up to intuition. And so that was a good call, switching over to the geranium.
Which oils are in the communication blend?
I'd have to look it up. Let's see. It's basil, ambret, impapo, Cape chamomile, and cistus.
What Greg just said about waking up different pieces of yourself really resonates. I'm wrestling with an inner communication obstacle.
Yeah.
I feel a little too chill to go bring in what I want to bring in. Seems like it might be a great companion piece to the Seven Soul Rays work.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
I've been told I have good communication skills. However, I feel communication is my Achilles heel. The tactful, refined communication that Greg described, that is the tension and discomfort that is surfacing now.
Yeah, like, we think of communication as just like verbal, like verbalizing something or just saying something, but communication is very nuanced. It's very, very nuanced. Like sometimes even like the pace of how you say something or the timing of how you say something, how there is a gap in between the words and yeah, it's not just about the details of what's being said. And so, yeah, it sounds like you're on a good track there.
And someone was responding to something you were sharing earlier. They go lost in translation along the path.
Yeah. Yeah.
People are letting me know rose geranium's not on the site.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
And so if we could get that on the
Yeah.
site.
I might have just been using it for blending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I have a couple kilos of it. Yeah. No wonder I wasn't selling.
Good shares, great questions, guys.
Okay, you guys, so let's go ahead and break for lunch and we'll come back, let's see, hour and a half. So we'll come back at 2:15. So we're on page 2. We're on letter C, emotional exchange. So here we're dealing with empathy and then the ability to receive and give emotional support. And so with this, again, Ambret, but Clary Sage, Jasmine, Melissa, Neroli, Patchouli, Sandalwood, Spikenard, and then the blend Mindstream. For those of you that did intuition and healing in the past, Mindstream is part of that kit.
And then for the people who got the kit, it's Clary Sage.
Yeah, Clary Sage. Yeah.
Is dark patchouli okay here?
Yeah, oh yeah. And same with there's a dark amber Clary Sage that would also work. Yeah. So, okay, so we're going to do it first. We'll go through and do it, and then we'll be something specific, right? So you're going to be inhaling. And when we're on the front solar plexus, you're going to think of yourself, right? When we're on the heart, you're going to think of one of your relationships. So you're going to go from thinking of yourself, and then you're thinking of the other person, and then yourself, and then the other person, then yourself, and the other person. And what this does is it breaks down like barriers or walls or it has an expansive quality, but specific to your guys' interaction or your relationship. So if you boiled that down, it is that emotional exchange, right? So think of somebody you would like to work this with. And we're going to do it a couple of times. So you're going to get a couple of choices. Okay. So you're thinking of yourself and your awareness is on your front solar plexus. The area below your ribs on your upper abdomen, and you're thinking of your wants, your needs, or you're just thinking of your body, like just tapping in and being aware of your body. Take long, slow, deep breaths. Now, think of that person. Your awareness is on your front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, let go of that person. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, and you're thinking of yourself. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on your front heart while you think of that other person. And then just be still. Let it all go. Just let it all go. Mhm. Now contemplate that person or that situation. See what you notice. Mhm. Mm. And you're just being still. So let's do that same person again. Again, you're thinking of yourself. You're inhaling. And then others. Your awareness is on your heart and you're thinking of others. Could you do me a favor? Would you look up your front heart and you're thinking of others. You're thinking of that other person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Your awareness is on your shoulder. You're thinking of yourself. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're thinking of the other person with your awareness on your heart. And then pause and be still. Your awareness is on your heart and your throat, both at the same time. So the center of your chest and your throat, both at the same time. Awareness is on your heart and the area between your eyebrows, the ajna. And then your awareness is simply on your forehead, where your hairline is. And then just pause and be still. Let's do it with a different person. If you want, you can do the same person. Well, let's try somebody different if you're up for it. So think of the person you'd like to do this with. Again, it's not about resolving something negative. It can be about improving something that's very positive. Okay, so let that go. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on yourself. Awareness is on the front heart. You're thinking of the other person. Your awareness is back on your solar plexus. You're thinking of yourself. Awareness is on yourself. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Let's do it one more time. Front solar plexus, your awareness is on yourself. Then your awareness is on your front heart. You're thinking of others. You're thinking of that other person, that relationship. Let that go. Your awareness is on your heart and your throat at the same time. Awareness was on your heart in the area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on the heart and ajna, area between your eyebrows, both at the same time. And just pause and be still. Just be still. Just do a little tiny bit more. Your awareness is on your forehead, just your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Now, reflect on either one of those people that you just did the process with and just notice how you feel. What do you notice? Kind of knocked you out, yeah. Apparently, Samantha's emotional exchange is passing out. Yeah. But sometimes when you have a very deep shift, that's what happens is you'll get sleepy. So, yeah. Yeah, mind stream is slow. So let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, we'll process it. You can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
Unless you two passed out and then we understand. Yeah, go ahead, Tracy. I think. Let me make sure. Yeah, perfect.
Hey, Ms.
Yeah.
Trace.
Hey, so I had a friend come by to take one of my dogs for a walk, which is lovely, that she wants to do that. But I was trying to get her out the door as class started, and I got so agitated at her because she was just so slow going, and I missed part of the beginning of it, and I'm like, um, I'm not sure it completely helped the situation, but I feel a little bit more loving towards her.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
and I was trying to work on Brian too, and I think I need to do this a few times.
Well, this can be a big one. Like, like I said, Samantha kind of passed out and the energetic exchange or the emotional exchange can be quite substantial. Because really, like if it's strong, the exchange back and forth, it really can make a relationship very resilient and better able to go through difficulties. And if it's not, at some point, if it's more one-sided or there's not really a big exchange, that relationship, I guarantee you, at some point is going to blow apart. Like it's mechanics. It's without this exchange, there is no like longevity of a relationship. And so sometimes it can be hard to try to establish that, especially when it's like in like business. Well, I say especially, but I would say my experience is like in business kind of relationships. The situation shift and change, and how things started might not be how it is a year or 2 years or 5 years down the line. And so if there's a good exchange, the situation, the relationship is able to adapt. But if not, it usually ends up falling away. You could say that same about friends, and you could say that about all kinds of things, but I think it depends on what kind of experiences you're having. But yeah. If you think about friendships, like somebody you're friends with, 20, 30 years ago versus now, your friendship is very different than it was 20, 30 years ago. Both of you are in very different places. And if there wasn't a good emotional exchange back and forth as each person kind of shifted and changed in the environment and all the situations that you might have been involved in or your personal situations, you might grow apart from the person, or that person falls away or gets upset at you for just you being you.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Apparently me being me,
Right.
can really tweak some people, so,
Yeah.
but thank
Yeah.
you. Like I'm so glad I have this, and like I feel like this person, because she has a lot of emotional stuff going on right now. I
Mhm.
feel like this class would be really good for her. So I did volunteer to like go through the class with her, and
Oh, nice.
yeah, so and this person. Um she's always kind of had a little bit of stuff going on that she needs
Oh.
work with. So, yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, that was exhausting.
Yeah, I think that's same for you, yeah.
Yeah, I relate. Another very sleepy. I found myself becoming one with the person at some point.
Mm-hmm. You do like this process, it does connect you a little bit, but it's like it breaks down the walls that are up.